Govindam Adi Purusha Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Sri Guru Charana Padma, He Balabhakati Sadma. He Balabhakati Sadma, Sri Guru Charana Padma, He Balabhakati Sadma. Bhakati Sadma, Pando Mui Sabhadana Mate. Dhanamate Bandamo Itabadhana Mate Yahara Prasade Bhai E Bhavatori Ayai Hey Baba Tori ya Yahara Prasade Bhai Hey Baba Tori ya Hey Baba Tori ya Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Krishna Prapti Hoya Te Guru Mukha Padma Bhakya Chite Te Koriya Kyai Guru Mukha Padma Bhakya Chite Te Koriya Kyai Adana Koriyo Mane Acha Adana Koriyo Mane Acha Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttama Gati Shri Guru Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttama Gati Shri Guru Ye Prasade Pure Sarva Asha Ye Prasade Pure Sarva Asha Sakudano Dilo Ye Janme Janme Prabhu Se Sakudano Dilo Ye Janme Janme Prabhu Se Devya Gyani Te Prakatito Devya Gyani Te Prakatito Prema bhaktiya hoite abhija vinasayate. I did it already. Prema bhaktiya hoite abhija vinasayate. Vedegaya racharito. Vedegaya racharito. Sri Guru Karuna Sindhu Vadamajanara Bandhu. Sri Guru Karuna Sindhu Vadamajanara Bandhu. Lokanath Lokera Divana. Lokanath Lokera Divana. Prabhu Kara Jaya Dea More Parachaya. Prabhu Kara Jaya Dea More Parachaya. Ebeya Skusutre Bhavana. Ebeya Skusutre Bhavana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Ma Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Srimate Bhakti Vedanta. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nivasesha Sanyavani Asachari Sadharine. Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Gaur Hari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Lullaby. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kalachandi Radha Kalachandi Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra. Jagannath. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva. Go Premanandi, Hari Hari Bo. Jayam Vishnupad, Paramahansa, Purvikacharya, Asatara Satta, Sri Srimad, His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupad, Paramahansa, Purvikacharya, Asatara Satta, Sri Srimad, His Divine Grace, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Se Kaho Sri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gogopinath Shai Mukunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Ki Jai. Sri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Sri Mayapur Dham Ki Jai. Sri Munamaya Ki Jai. Ganga Maya Ki Jai. Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Grantha Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai. Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan Yogya Ki Jai. Brihamadanga Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Jai. Transcendental Prasadam Distribution Ki Jai. Lord Premanandi. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga.
Kirtan
The following is a class from the Sri Caitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila, Volume 8, Chapter 22, Text 21 through 28, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded in January of 1967 in New York.
केवल ज्ञान मुक्ति जीते नारे भक्ति बिना कृष्ण मोक्षई मुक्ति आय ज्ञान बिना मुक्ति liberation the impersonalist thing that simply by cultivating knowledge that I am not matter, I am spirit, or I am one with the Supreme Spirit. I am now, out of ignorance, I am thinking different, that when I am fully elevated to the platform of knowledge, then I will become liberated. But there is no answer that why you have become conditioned. The impersonal thing that I am one with the Supreme. Now due to my ignorance, I have forgotten that I am the Supreme, because they do not recognize the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So they think that impersonal conception of the spirit soul. I am now, out of ignorance, I am thinking matter, but as soon as my ignorance is over, I shall become one with the Supreme. So this is the theory of the impersonalist. But they cannot give any answer that why you have become under the influence of ignorance. If you are the Supreme, then what is the cause that you have become conditioned? Then the Supreme, if become conditioned under the material nature, then how one can become the Supreme? Supreme cannot be conditioned. So there is no answer for this question from the impersonalist school. But the real fact is that the Supreme never falls down. The part and parcel of the Supreme, they fall down. Some of them, not all. So therefore, the living entities, they are different from the Supreme. They are one in quality with the Supreme, but not in quantity. So, Lord Chaitanya says that simply by thinking that I am not this matter, I am spirit soul, aham brahmasmi, I am
Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Jaya Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana Yamunatira Vanachari Yamunatira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jayam Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parivrajagacharya Ashtotarastata Shishimad A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananta Kota Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Jnana Tamarandasya Janajana Shalakaya Chakshurulmitam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I was born in the darkest ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torch of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. Sri Caitanya Manovistam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam. When will Srila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada, who has established within this material world the mission to fulfill the desire of Lord Chaitanya, give me shelter under his lotus feet? Vancha kalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord. They are just like desire trees and can fulfill the desires of everyone, and they are full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Shri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar Pandit, Shri Vas Thakur, and all the devotees of Lord Chaitanya. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I pray that Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji, Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Gurudev use me as an instrument so that their message can flow through me to give me the words to serve the Vaishnavas listening. So today is Tuesday, May 24th, 2022, and I am Jai Shri Radhe. We are reading from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Creation, Chapter 15, The Pandavas Retire Timely, Text 39. Mathuryayam tata vrajram, sure senapatim tata, vrajapatyam nirupyashtim, Agnin api bhad ishvara Mathuryayam tata vajram Surasenapatim tata Prajapatyam nirupyashtim Agnin apibhad ishvaraha. Mathuryayam at Mathura, at Mathura. Tata also, Vajram, Vajra, Surasenapatim, king of the Surasenas. Tata, thereafter, Prajapatyam, Prajapatya sacrifice. Nirupya, having performed. Ishtim, goal. Agnin, fire. Apibat, placed in himself. Ishvara, capable. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Then he posted Vajra, the son of Anuradha, grandson of Lord Krishna, at Mathura, and as the king of Surasena. Afterwards, Maharaj Yudhisthira performed a Prajapatya sacrifice and placed in himself the fire of quitting household life. Report. Maharaj Yudhisthira, after placing Maharaj Parikshit on the imperial throne of Hastinapur, and after posting Vajra, the great-grandson of Lord Krishna, as the king of Mathura, accepted the renounced order of life. The system of 4 orders of life and 4 castes in terms of quality and work, known as varnasrama dharma, is the beginning of human life. Maharaj Yudhisthira, as the protector of this system of human activities, timely retired from active life as a sannyasi, handing over the charge of the administration to a trained prince, Maharaj Parikshit. Scientific system of varnasrama dharma divides the human life into 4 divisions of occupation and 4 orders of life. The 4 orders of life as brahmacharya, grihastha, vanaprastha, and sannyas are to be followed by all, irrespective of the occupational division. Modern politicians do not wish to retire from active life, even if they are old enough. But Yudhisthira Maharaj, as an ideal king, voluntarily retired from active administrative life to prepare himself for the next life. Everyone's life must be so arranged that the last stage of life, say at least the last 15 to 20 years prior to death, can be absolutely devoted to the devotional service of the Lord to attain the highest perfection of life. It is really foolishness to engage oneself all the days of one's life in material enjoyment and fruitive activities. Because as long as the mind remains absorbed in fruitive work for material enjoyment, there is no chance of getting out from conditioned life or material bondage. No one should follow the suicidal policy of neglecting one's supreme task of attaining the highest perfection of life, namely going back home, back to Godhead. So in the purport today, Hare Krishna, Prabhupada talks about the varnasrama dharma. So we'll talk about that a little bit today. So this is the division of society that's prevalent today. We think of it as the caste system in India, and we think it might be like a backward system because in India nowadays, the caste system is used by birth. The qualification is by birth, not necessarily by quality. But we also see that there is a caste system here in the US. We don't call it a caste system. We just informally acknowledge it, right? We have blue-collar workers and white-collar workers, and some jobs are considered more sought after or considered higher than others. Some people think, oh, being like a politician or a doctor is more beneficial than being someone who cleans, a janitor, or someone who's a construction worker. So we tend to have these hierarchies in our head, but actually there is no hierarchy. So if we break down what is varna and ashram, varna means the occupation that we have, what we do. How do we occupy our time? What are we doing to make money in this day and age, right? So if we break that down into 4 classes, 4 divisions, we have the brahmanas, which are the intelligent class. These are the academicians teachers, educators, writers, thought leaders, priests, ministers, doctors, healers. So people that spend their time teaching other people that spend their time learning, and that's their occupation, right? They're learning and teaching what they learn. Kshatriyas, also called the warrior class, or also known as the administrative class. These are where we look at our typical politicians, executives, warriors, so police, military, leaders, rulers. So we see that we'll have that in society. So we have people that make the rules, right? We've got Congress and politicians and presidents and things like that, people like that make the rules. And then we have people that kind of protect and serve, enforce the rules, like the police and the military. And then we have the Vaishyas, which is the business class. So this is the class of people that are business-minded. They're merchants. They can also be farmers and business people. And in terms of farmers, they're more likely to be landowners and overseeing the farming of the land than the actual people that are tending to the land and farming the land. We might think of a CEO of a major company to be like a leader, but actually they fall into the business class because they really just have the business training to financially benefit that company. And then finally, we have Shudras, the laborer class. These are our workers, the people that are actually doing the farming of the land. These are the people that are cleaning, janitors. So they're any kind of hard labor, what we can kind of think of as blue-collar workers. In the purport of Srimad Bhagavatam 1:12-13, Prabhupada says, in the Bhagavad Gita 4:13, Krishna says, according to the three modes of material nature and the work associated with them, the four divisions of human society are created by me. And although I am the creator of this system, you should know that I am yet the non-doer, being unchangeable. So Krishna actually created the four divisions of human society. He kind of classified, made these divisions in terms of what people would want to do and how they want to live their lives. And then they're associated with the modes of material nature. So we know what the modes of material nature are. We have the mode of goodness, the mode of passion, the mode of ignorance. And Brahmanas are considered the mode of goodness. Kshatriyas are considered to be in the mode of passion. And Vaishyas are considered to be in the modes of passion and ignorance. And then Shudras are considered to be the mode of ignorance. But when we have to understand that even though like Brahmanas are considered to be in the mode of goodness and Shudras in the mode of ignorance, one class is not more superior than another. Because actually in this day and age, we don't find any true, pure Brahmanas or anyone that's purely on the mode of goodness. We're all mixed. Like we may have some tendencies that are Brahmin tendencies and some that are going to be, Kshatriya tendencies and some that'll be business tendencies, right? So we have all these tendencies within all of us. So there's not anybody that's purely in the mode of goodness in this day and age. But we also have to understand that we need all classes of society to function. Right? If we just had a lot of brahmanas, a lot of people that are learning and teaching, then how would society function? Who's going to plan the infrastructure? Who's going to protect people? Who's going to clean and build, right? So we need all functions. It's also considered like the different parts of the body, right? The Brahmana is considered the head. The Kshatriya are the arms. The Vaishya is the body. And then the Shudra are the legs. So if we don't have one part of our body, it's hard for us to function properly. We can learn how to overcome some things but still it's much more difficult. Like if we don't have, obviously, if we don't have our head or our torso, we're probably not living. And we can live without our arms and our legs, but it just makes life that much more difficult. And I like to give the example of the movie Day After Tomorrow. It's a very old movie, I think, at this point in time. But so hopefully I'm not giving away any spoilers. But in this movie, there's a huge destructive events that are occurring, like the whole earth is getting flooded and destroyed. And so the rich class, they got together all over the world, not just in one country, and they built this ark, right, like Noah's Ark. It's supposed to be symbolic of Noah's Ark. And the people that they invited onto this ark were basically scientists, academicians, people that were top of their field in the academic world, scientific world, engineers. They had politicians, leaders, people like that. So basically brahmanas and kshatriyas. And the people that actually built the ark weren't allowed to come onto the ark to be saved. And I was thinking, well, once they, the calamity's over and they have to rebuild society, who's actually going to rebuild? Because it's not going to be the brahmanas that don't have any artisan skills. They don't have the skills to actually lay down bricks and lay down concrete. It's not going to be the kshatriyas because they also don't have those skills. It's usually the shudras and the vaishyas that create those kinds of, that part of society. So we need all parts of society. And so it is our own ego that lets us think, well, I'm doing this, therefore I'm superior than another person. Right? I'm the top of my field, and that field happens to be in the world of academia, or it happens to be in medical world. So then I think, oh, well, then I'm the top of my field, and I'm better than everyone else. I'm better than the janitor who cleans the hospital or the clinic because I'm the doctor that works there. Well, that's not true, because if the area is not clean, it's hard to actually treat anyone. So we all have to realize that we're all working together to create a functional society. So then we can break it down even further and look at what are the qualities of all these different classes of people, the divisions of society. In Bhagavad Gita 18:41, Krishna says, Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras are distinguished by their qualities of work in accordance with the modes of nature. In 1842, he goes on to say, peacefulness, self-controlled, austerity, purity, tolerance, honesty, wisdom, knowledge, and religiousness. These are the qualities by which the brahmanas work. In 1843, he says, heroism, power, determination, resourcefulness, courage in battle, generosity, and leadership are the qualities of work for the Kshatriyas. 1844, he says, farming, cattle raising, and business are the qualities of work for the Vaishyas, and for the Shudras there is labor and service to others. So in the Srimad Bhagavatam 1:12-13, in the purport, Prabhupada says, one's occupation in one of these categories is based on qualification, not by birth. What is one's tendency? So we have to look at these qualities that are laid out in the Bhagavad Gita, and we can read about them even more in depth, if we study the Bhagavad Gita, the purports, if we study Srimad Bhagavatam. And we can really start to identify which of these qualities we identify with, right? Like, if we talk about, are you business-minded? Do you have this head of like how to make money and, really thrive in that environment? Or do you have a head for like just teaching, educating, talking to people in that way to help them understand something? Or, do you have the quality that you're seeking, like, things that you seek are peacefulness and austerity, or do you have this drive and you want to protect everyone and you just want to like make sure that everyone's safe? Those are the different qualities that we have to look into ourselves. In 1845, Krishna says, by following one's qualities of work, everyone can become perfect. Now please hear from me how this can be done. So we have to really figure out what our own dharma is, right? So it's varnashram dharma. So we're talking about the varna, and then now we're talking about dharma, our duty, our nature, who we are. And, we can look at what our tendencies are. We may be in a certain environment, in a certain situation, and that may not be our best expression of ourself, of our true nature, of our qualities. But in this day and age, sometimes we have to make those sacrifices to earn money, to provide for our family, provide for ourselves, to maybe even donate to the temple, donate to other important causes that can help further Krishna consciousness. So we have to look at our particular qualities. Like I like to look at the example of my father. He, obviously I also have been born in the Vaishya class. But my dad did not have any business tendencies whatsoever. Like if he touched a business, it tended to not do well. However, my dad was very into educating himself, reading scripture. He was very much into following, living a life of self-control and austerity, and he valued honesty. He was very tolerant. So he had a lot of Brahmin qualities. And, indeed, if you look at my dad's, especially his final years, it was really more about getting in touch with Krishna consciousness and talking about Krishna and teaching that and chanting and just really finding that peace within himself. He wasn't so much into at that point in his life about taking care of the family. He did what he had to take care of the family. He worked very hard to provide for all of us, but it wasn't his natural tendency. And so I could see often that he would struggle with that part of himself. And so we can find that if we're not, if we're working in a job or an environment that's not in line with who we are and our quality, it can have a big effect on our life. It can actually affect our health and well-being. And so we have to find a way to be in an environment that's not true to who we are in our nature, but still find joy and happiness with that. I also like to bring in the story that my uncles, my dad's brothers, and even my cousins, quite the opposite. They have such a big head for business that anything that they touch just starts to mint money, basically, right? Like they make so much money because they have such a head for business that they're able to do that and provide for their family that way. So we can see that in the same family, people have different tendencies. And I've read over and over again in this day and age, there's really only Shudras. We don't really have Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and true Vaishyas. But it's basically because we are mixed. We have mixed qualities, mixed tendencies. In true varnashram living, Brahmanas don't make money. They only are sustained by charity. And Kshatriyas are maintained by taxes. And Vaishyas pay those taxes. So the Vaishyas are the economic backbone of society. And they make money from their entrepreneurial skills, not working, but they're not working in a job, but they're like, I guess in some ways, leaders of their company, of their business. But still, it's more of the business end of it that they're leading. Or, if they're a ranch owner, a land owner, then they're running that farm in such a way that it's efficient and it's making money, things like that. And then Shudras work for money. They accept money. They just trade their skills for money. And their skills are very highly needed, right? So if you look at, again, that correlation to the body, the legs are the foundation of the body. But the trunk, right, that's the main middle part. It's kind of like the main part of our body. It takes up the most amount of space. That's what the Vaishyas are. They're like the backbone of society, the merchant class. But what we want to realize is that all these qualities that we have in all these different divisions of society, they're pretty much useless unless we tie them back to God, to Krishna, the absolute truth. So whatever qualities that we have, we can really get in touch with that by using them in service of Krishna. So if someone is really good at being a business owner and making money, they can, one, donate money in charity to other classes, brahmanas, to the temple, for maintaining the temple, for maintaining the beautiful worship of Radha Kalachandji and all the deities on the altar. They can support the people that are out distributing books and preaching. They can support the Prabhupada's preaching mission. In the purport of Srimad Bhagavatam 1:12-13, Prabhupada says, in each and every one of the divisions of life, the aim must be to please the supreme authority of the personality of Godhead. So whatever we're doing, whatever station we're in life, we must always think of Krishna and serve him. And if we're all realizing that we're working together, we're all parts of the whole, like the Brahmanas and the Kshatriyas and the Vaishyas and the Shudras, all parts of the whole, and we're all working towards pleasing Krishna and creating a society that is pleasing Krishna, then everyone benefits and everyone gains that perfection of getting in touch with who they really are. So these divisions and all of that, they're all great, but if we're not getting in touch with who we are, if we're just more interested in learning for the sake of learning and having scientific theory and trying to take God out of the equation, then it's not really making any progress in our spiritual life. But if we look at something like science, right, or scientific method, and we're looking at it as like, these are the rules of the material world that Krishna has created, we can see how beautiful the science is and scientific method. Science is just basically people trying to figure out Krishna's arrangements, right? Krishna's plans for the material world. So if we can see it that way, everything becomes connected to Krishna. In Bhagavad Gita 18:45, Krishna says, by worship of the Lord, who is the source of all beings and who is all-pervading, one can, in the performance of their own duty, attain perfection. And basically, I like that this is a quote that my spiritual master, Tamal Krishna Goswami, has said, and I've heard Sattva Goswami quote many times, is, be who you are, be that for Krishna. So that's really important. If we're a musician, we can be a musician for Krishna. If we are working in construction, we can think of the buildings that we're constructing to be an offering to Krishna, even if they're being used for something else. That something else is still indirectly related to Krishna. If we're building temples or renovating temples, right, the actual people renovating, doing the work, that's another way you can use your skills for Krishna. Because we have to sustain ourselves and we have to engage in society, we want to figure out how do we integrate everything that we're doing. It's not really about balance, because when we talk about balance, we kind of divide ourselves up, right? Like, this is the Jayshree that goes to work, and that's work Jayshree, and then I have the Jayshree that's at home and who's relaxing Jayshree, and then the Jayshree that comes to the temple and dresses the deities or gives class, and that's the temple Jayshree, right? But instead, we want to integrate all of these different areas of our life where everything becomes about Krishna. So whether I'm going to work, that's also about Krishna, in that, one, I'm searching for a way to preach in the health world, right? To teach people about spirituality and how important it is in their health. And that's how I'm integrating both earning money as well as educating people on who we truly are. So then we have that level of integration, but even in my, recreational time, right? Like learning how to bring Krishna into the times that I'm having fun. If I'm out in the park, seeing Krishna everywhere around me. If I'm hanging out with people, we're talking about Krishna, because more times than not these days, especially post-pandemic, social life hasn't really been what it once was. The only people I tend to hang out with are other devotees. So in that sense, it's, whatever we start talking about, we always end up talking about Krishna and how Krishna's involved in our lives. So even in our social time, in my fun time, Krishna's involved in that. Obviously when I come to the temple, it's really easy to see how Krishna is involved with that. But we really want to just connect everything and integrate our whole life to be around Krishna, right? Thinking about him all the time. But we also want to make sure that we're following our nature. In Bhagavad Gita 3:33, Krishna says, even a person of knowledge acts according to their own nature, for everyone follows their nature. What can repression accomplish? So we want to follow our dharma. And sometimes we need to know what that is. Sometimes it's hard for us to know what that is. Sometimes we're in a job where we're not feeling like we're following our own nature. Well, we can find either side jobs or hobbies that can help us be more in touch with our nature. We can figure that out. We can ask ourselves some questions like, what are the values that are most important to you? There's values like compassion, gratitude, relationships, peacefulness, honesty, integrity. There's so many different values. If you just Google values or qualities, you'll find a whole list of different things. And you can just figure out which ones are the most important to you and probably narrow them down to like the top 5. That can give you an idea of of one idea. And you can look at, listing all the things that you're really good at. And then you can look at all the things that, make you happy or make you mad about the world. You can look at all the things that bring you joy or bring you sadness, right? Like those are the things that you can use to help shape and determine what could be your true nature. What are your duties? What are your, who are you in this world today? If I look at, what's the values that are most important to me, I know for me, compassion is huge. Integrity, relationships, educating, leading by example. So, if I'm going to talk to someone about eating healthy, then it's important that I'm also practicing that, what I'm telling people to do. I may not be perfect at it, but I'm actually on that path, right? So if I'm telling people to chant attentively, I'm working on chanting attentively myself. And that's another time that we can have to discuss with Krishna. Like we can ask him, what is our service? How do you want to engage me in your service when we're chanting our rounds, right? One of the things that we engage in every day, hopefully, is mantra meditation of chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So if we use that time to have a conversation with Krishna and ask him, Krishna, how can I serve you? What am I meant to do? What's my purpose here in Lord Chaitanya's mission, in Srila Prabhupada's mission? How can I serve Krishna? How can I serve you the best? Then Krishna will answer. We just have to be open to what he's saying to us. I think even more so than, sometimes when we do the other activities of asking ourselves these questions, it opens us up, but the final say is really from Krishna. And we want to be open and able to receive that message that Krishna is giving us by doing these different things. So the other part of varnashram dharma is ashram, which means our station in life. And we have 4 stations according to the purport we read today. We have the student life, right? We have brahmacharya. We have the householder life called grihastha, retired vanaprastha, and renounced or devotional life, sannyas. And these stages of life occur in every class. There's a time that in everybody's life that they're just learning mostly, their student life, right? And Prabhupada divides us up into like 25 years because 100 years is the typical lifespan according to Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam. We see in this day and age that we have a lot less. Our typical lifespan is 75 or 77, somewhere around there. And it varies according to race a little bit. So we can see that it's a little bit shy of that 100 years. And that could be for so many different reasons. One could be from not living according to our varna and our dharma, right? Our true occupation and our duty, because of the way we have our life scheduled. Our fast-paced life is so full of stress, and stress can be a big factor in our health and in our longevity and how long we live. So we have student life that we can roughly say first 25 years. This is where a person's learning. They're not really worried about earning money. Their whole occupation at that time is to study and learn for whatever occupation they're going to go into. This is when people can see the tendencies of a person. One of the common examples I've heard frequently, Radha Swami talks about a lot too, is he was teaching kids and training kids in the Gurukul system, and he would be able to see the tendency of someone who was very much business oriented and would find different ways to I'm going to sell this for a few cents and would make money, and he would just have this tendency from a very young age. So we have these different tendencies, and during the student life they can be fostered for especially getting a really good education where it's very personalized to each person to see what they're good at and helping them hone those talents and skills. The householder life, this is where we start to earn money, maybe have a family. We're looking at contributing to society in that way. People may continue to learn, especially if they're in the Brahmin class, right, or the teacher class. They may continue to learn so that they can continue to teach. As a doctor, we have what's called continuing medical education, and I have to have a certain amount of hours of continuing medical education every year to maintain my license to practice medicine. So there's still some continuous learning, but more than the learning is the teaching and the doing. So this is where there's a lot more activity happening. The retired life, so that would be from 25 to 50, according to Vedic culture. Then at age 50 we retire. We see that the retirement age here in the US is 65, and they're talking about pushing it back to 67. And then even after that, people don't want to retire, whether it's because they still have debt or they just don't know what else they want to do with their lives. Prabhupada mentions that in the purport today, that people don't want to retire. They want to pretty much work. And there's this thought or idea that people have that once they retire, that's it. It's over for them, and they're going to die soon. And we actually do see that, one, because they retire late in life, 65, 67, and two, because they haven't taken care of their health or other parts of their well-being throughout their entire life. They also don't have a purpose or something higher that they're connecting to after they retire. So they literally sit around and do nothing. Well, retirement doesn't mean literally sitting around and doing nothing. It's now the time for the people that are retired to pass on that wisdom to the younger generations, to guide them, to use that time to focus on their relationship even further with God and deepen it even further. And then finally, we have devotional life, or sannyas, which is renounced, right? This is further than retirement. This is when somebody like says, okay, I'm giving up my family, I'm moving away, I'm going to Vrindavan or the forest, and just occupying my entire time with chanting and reading and just devoting myself to Krishna. Well, Prabhupada says in this day and age that we can have that mentality all throughout, even as student, householder, retired, because we can realize that everything is for Krishna, for God. And when we tie everything into the absolute truth, to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, then we really can be renounced in every occupation, in every station of our life. So we don't have to have a separate time for that. Even that retirement, because if everything that we're doing is for Krishna and it's teaching the mission of Krishna, it's leading by example, it's showing others that who we are spirit souls, and the spirit soul is eternal, full of bliss and knowledge, and we're servants of God, and we each have our own unique relationship with Krishna. And in whatever occupation of life we're dealing with that, then there's no need to retire, per se. So we get that confused with people, people that are working in that material world, because they're like, oh, this is so fulfilling, I don't want to stop doing it, because they don't have anything higher that they're connecting their work with. We can see that Prabhupada didn't retire, right? He was definitely in the renounced order of life. He was a sannyas, but he traveled the world and spread the mission and word of Krishna consciousness. He was teaching people that we're not this body. We are spirit souls, and we're servants of Krishna, and we have to get back in touch with that. He used that time, which we would typically think of as retirement, to engage everyone else in love of Krishna. Bhagavad Gita 5:6, Krishna says, unless one is engaged in devotional service of the Lord, mere renunciation of activities cannot make one happy. The sages, purified by works of devotion, achieve the supreme without delay. So this reiterates this point that in every occupation of life, we can find that joy, that peace, that love for God within, right? In Bhagavad Gita 5:10, Krishna says, one who performs their duty without attachment, surrendering the results unto the Supreme God, is not affected by sinful action, as the lotus leaf is untouched by water. So again, it reiterates that we do these duties without attachment, without worrying about what's going to come of it. Am I going to make enough money? We just have faith that Krishna will provide for everything, and we find that peace as long as we're doing our duty. We can't be like, oh, Krishna's going to provide for everything, and I'm just going to sit around and watch TV all day. Something I have to kind of remember for myself as well. We can get caught into that trap. But we have to remember that we have to perform our duty. We have to do it with that engagement of our thought and our mind in Krishna. And then in Bhagavad Gita 5:30, Krishna says, therefore, O Arjuna, surrendering all your works unto me with mind intent on me and without desire for gain and free from egoism and lethargy, fight. So we want to be free from desire for gain and free from ego and lethargy, right? Like that desire to not do anything. And we want to fight. We want to do our duty. It's surrendering to Krishna is the key to the entire varnasrama dharma. Whether we're brahmana, shudra, sannyas, grahastha, we want to surrender unto Krishna. That's the ultimate goal. And we can see that in the purport of Bhagavad Gita 1866. Prabhupada states, one may perform a particular occupational duty according to their position in the social order, but if by executing their duty one does not come to the point of Krishna consciousness, all their activities are in vain. So we want to make sure that we are coming to the point of Krishna consciousness in all of our duties. And, we can look at that, we can really focus on that by focusing on Krishna And of course, chanting japa, which we talked about, chanting the Maha Mantra, the mantra meditation that we do, making sure we do it a prescribed number of times, whatever that is for you, keeping up with that daily. Most of us have made the vow to do 16 rounds. One round is, one time around the beads, which is 108 beads. So one round is 108 times of chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. And we promise to do that 16 times. So we do that, and it fortifies our mind. It creates that connection to Krishna so that whatever we do throughout the day, we can stay connected to Krishna. We often talk about chanting in the morning, which is ideal. Like I can tell you, when I chant my rounds in the morning, it's the most attentive. I feel really good throughout the day. I feel like I've got this shield or buffer around me that no matter what's happening throughout the day, I'm protected. I've got Krishna on my brain, right? Sometimes though, whatever in the morning, there's not enough time, especially when I was working, there was like this rush to get to work. So then I maybe chant like 4 rounds before I get to work, maybe another like 2 or 4 rounds during lunch, another 4, 8 rounds when I get home. So it's like they're split up throughout the day, but that can still be protective and that can still keep us engaged with Krishna because we're chanting throughout the day. And the other thing to realize is that this chanting that we do, what I find is that when I chant all 16 of my rounds in the morning, that chanting continues even when I put down my beads. Like it's like I can't stop chanting even within my mind. When I break it up throughout the day, it's there. It's not so much like that, right? So that's the benefit of chanting, an hour and a half in the morning or 2 hours in the morning, however long it takes you to chant 16 rounds, versus breaking that up throughout the day. Yes, I'm getting Krishna, little doses of Krishna throughout the day, but I find that it doesn't have that same effect of me just continuing to chant once I put my beads down. So I do highly recommend, if it's possible, to figure out a way to maybe get up, 20, 30 minutes earlier to chant some rounds in the morning. If you can get up 2 hours earlier, that's a lot. It means you have to get to bed 2 hours earlier. And that can sometimes be very difficult to do depending on what time you get home from work and what all has to happen before you get to bed. I know for me, when I was working, it's that desire to just kind of relax and watch a couple of episodes on Netflix or something, and then that can kind of spiral. And there's this whole thing called revenge procrastination, because you're so busy throughout the day that evening time is like the only time you have to do, scroll on Facebook or watch TV, that we can go a little bit overboard with it and just keep doing it into the wee hours of the night. And so, those are the kinds of things that we can look at and say, okay, well, we do want to unwind a little and maybe watch, 1 episode, or put a time limit on how much you're going to scroll, and then, maybe end your evening with chanting a round or 2, even if you've already chanted all your rounds. It's a great way to kind of close off the day with thinking of Krishna, so you can focus on Krishna while you sleep, right? So then we can dream about Krishna, and then we wake up thinking about Krishna and chant our rounds. Even if, chant a few rounds in the morning before work, and then throughout the day you're chanting a few rounds here and there. It's still connecting you to Krishna, and it's still getting you to a place where maybe you don't need to relax that way, and you unwind with chanting, and you unwind with getting to bed at an earlier time and getting up earlier and earlier. So, that's the desire we want to have, is that everything that we do, that even when we're unwinding, instead of watching something, mundane on Netflix, we can watch some, story about Krishna. There's a few different cartoons and depictions and stories and shows and movies that depict Krishna and his pastimes, or Lord Ram and his pastimes, Mahabharata. So there's different things that we can watch if we are so inclined. So I'll conclude with, whatever we do, whatever we offer, whatever we think, we want to do that in service of Krishna and remember him at all times. And whatever we need to do to get us to remember him at all times is what we need to do. So I'll end here since there's no one here to ask any questions. Tarantara Srimad Bhagavatam ki.
Krishna Caitanya Ganana Parnapatau Premamrita Vanidhi Vira Dhira Jana Priram Mukudi Tau Krishna Kirtana Gana Nartana Prabhu Premamritam Banidhi Dhira Dhira Jana Priya Priya Karo Nimar Ramu Pujito Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Bhubi Bhuva Bhara Tarak Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Jiva Gopalaka Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Jiva Gopalaka Krishna Kirtana Gana Krishna Kirtana Gana Natana Paramu Prema Metamani Veera Veera Jana Priya Priya Karo Nirma Pujitam Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Bhuvi Bhuva Bharava Antaraka Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujuga Sri Jiva Gopalaka Vicharanai Kanikuna Sadharma Samasthapaku Lokanam Hitakarinam Tribhuvane Mannam Sarana Karo Vicharanai Kanukuna Sadharma Samastapaka Lokanam Hitakarinam Tribhuvane Mannam Sarana आस्त विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण्य श्री चैतन्य कृपा बरौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं करौ। विचारणैकनिपुनं तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण्यकरम्। Nanda Krishna Radha Krishna Padarabindau Bhajanamritau Radha Krishna Padarabindau Bhajana Nandena Mattalika Vande Impersonalist Raghujugal Siji Krishna Caitanya Mahaprabhu Prema Maniji Veera Veera Janapriya Prema Manujita Sri Caitanya Kripa Bharau Mara Manta Rakau Bande Rupa Chanatana Rakhujiga Vasude Sude Sudarajalakim Dhanisa Ajabadasa Jadadada Ranna Mandala सदा उत्सव भूत्वा दीनगणे शतो करुणया मंडलपति शनि सदा उत्सव भूत्वा दीनगणेश करुणया कौपीन कंठास्थितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी अल्लो लमग्नं मोहन वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगल श्री जी भगवान राधे हे राधे ब्रज देवी के हे नंद सुना कुतः देवी के चललिते हे नंद सुनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने कुतः राधे ब्रज देवी के चललिते हे नंद शूनक कुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी मुनि कुतः गोसंतापिति गोसंतापिति सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई बिहुबलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगल श्री संतापिति सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई महाविभुफलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीगीतमालक कृष्ण कीर्तन तान नक्तन परम प्रेमामृतम मनीषी धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रियकरौ निमंसरौ पूजितौ श्री चैतन्य कृपाभर भुवि भुव वहन तारक वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुग
अमृत सिंधु अखिल रसामृतमूर्ति प्रसीमर रुचि रुद्ध तारकापालिः कलितस्य महाललितो राधा प्रियान विदुज्जयति हरिधीरस्य प्रेरणया प्रवर्तितोऽहं वराकरूपोऽपि तस्य हरे पदकमलं वन्दे चैतन्यदेवस्य विश्राममन्दिरतया तस्य सनातनो तनोर्मदीष्यं भक्तिरसामृत सिन्धुर्भवतु सदायं प्रमोदाय भक्तिरसामृत सिन्धु चरत परिभूत कालजाल भीया भक्त्या मकरानशीलता मुक्ति नदिका नमस्यामि मीमांसक वरवाग्नि कठिनामपि कुण्ठन्नशो जिह्वा स्फुरतु सनातन शुचिरं तव भक्तेन सामृताम्बोधि भक्तिरसस्य प्रस्तुतिरखिलो भगवन् मंगल प्रसंगस्य अज्ञेनापि मया सक्रियते क्रियते सुहृदां प्रमदायम् एतस्य भगवद् भक्ति रसामृतोपयो निधे चत्वार खलु वक्ष्यन्ति भागा पूर्वादयक्रमा तत्र पूर्वविभागेऽस्मिन् भक्तिभेदनिरूपके अनुक्रमेण भक्त्यव्यं लहरीणां चतुष्टयम् आद्या सामान्यभक्त्याढ्यां द्वितीया साधनाङ्किता भावाश्रिता तृतीयात्र तूर्या प्रेमनिरूपिका तत्रादौ सुष्ठु वैशिष्ट्यम् अस्या कथयितुं स्फुटं लक्षणं क्रियते भक्ति रुत्तमाया सताङ्मतम् अन्नाभिलाषिता शून्यं ज्ञानकर्मादनावृतम् आनुकूल्येन कृष्णानुशीलनं भक्तिरुत्तमा सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्त्यं तत्परत्वेन निर्मलं ऋषिकेन ऋषिकेश सेवनं भक्तिरुच्यते। श्री भागवत तृतीय स्कंधी च अहितकव्यवहितात् जा भक्ति पुरुषोत्तमे शालोकशास्त्रि सामीप्य सारूपैकतमप्लुतम् दीयमानं न गृह्णन्ति विना यत्सेवनं जनाः सैव भक्तियोगाख्या आत्यन्तिका उदाहृता सालोक्येत्याद पद्यस्यं भक्तोत्कर्षो निरूपणम् भक्तिर्विशुद्धतया भक्त्या लक्षणे पर्यवसति क्लेशग्नि सुबधा मोक्ष लघुता सुदुर्लभा सांद्रानंद विशेषात्मा श्री कृष्णाकर्षिणी च सा तत्राशा क्लेशघनत्तम् क्लेशास्तु पापं तद्बीजमविद्या चेति ते त्रिधा तत्र पापं अप्रारब्धं भवेत् पापं प्रारब्धं चेति तद्विधा तत्र प्रारब्धहरत्तं यथैका एकादशी यथाग्निसुममिद्यार्षि करोते ध्यांसि भस्मस्याम् तथा मद विषया भक्ति रुद्ध वैनांसी कृष्ण सह प्रारब्ध हरत्तं यथा तृतीये जन्नामधेयस्वनानुकीर्तना जत्प्रवनाज्जस्मरणादपि क्वचित् जन्नामधेयस्वनानुकीर्तना जत्प्रवनाज्जस्मरणादपि क्वचित् साधोऽपि सद्यः सवनाय कल्पते कुतः पुनस्ते भगवन्दर्शनात् दुर्जातिरेव सवना युगति कारणमतं दुर्जात्यारम्भकं पापं यत्सात् प्रारब्धमेव तत् पद्मपुराणे च अप्रारब्धफलं पापं कृतं बीजं फलेन फलोन्मुखं क्रमेणैव प्रलीयते विष्णुभक्तिरतात्मनां बीजहरत्तं यथा षष्ठे द्वितीयोऽध्याये सप्तदश श्लोके तैस्तान्नघानि पूयन्ते तपदानव्रतादिभिः नाधर्मजं तद्हृदयं तपदसी शांघ्रि सेवया अविद्याहरत्यं यथा चतुर्थे यत्पादपङ्कजपलासविलासभक्त्या कर्मा सङ्गतितमोद्गथयन्ति सन्तः तद्वर्णनिक्तमतयो जतयो निरुध्यां सोतघनास्तमरणं भज वासुदेवं यत्पादपङ्कजपलासविलासभक्त्या कर्माशयं ग्रथितमोद्गथयन्ति सन्त्यं तद्वर्णरिक्तमतयो जतयो निरुध्य सूतगणास्तमरणं भज वासुदेवं पादमी च कृतानुजात्रा विद्याभि हरिभक्तिरनुत्तमा अविद्यां निदहत्याशु दावज्जालीव पन्नगीं शुभदत्तं शुभानि प्रीणं सर्वजगताम् अनुरक्तता सद्गुणा सुखमित्यादीनि आख्यातानि मनीषी तदज्जगत् प्रणिता प्रणिनादि दया प्रदत्यं यथा पार्मे येनार्चितो हरिस्तेन कर्पितानि जगन्तपि रज्जन्ति जन्तवस्तत्र जङ्गमा स्थावरायपि तद्गुणादि प्रदत्तं यथा पंचमे अष्टादशाध्याय द्वादश श्लोक यस्यास्ति भक्ति भगवत्त किंचन सर्वैर्गुणैस्तत्र समासते सुरः हराव भक्तस्सु कुतो महद्गुणा मनोरथेना सति धावत बहि यस्यास्ति भक्ति भगवत्त किंचन सर्वैर्गुणैस्तत्र समासते सुराः हराव भक्तस्य कुतो महद्गुणा मनोरथेना सति धावत बहि सुख प्रदत्यं सुखं वैषयिकं ब्राह्म्य ऐश्वरं चेति तत्त्रिधा तथा तंत्रे सिद्धया परमाश्चर्या भूरि मुक्तिश्च शाश्वती नित्यं च परमानंदं भवेद् गोविंद भक्तितः परिभक्ति सुधोदय च भूयोऽपि जाचे देवेश तयि भक्ति विरास्तु मे ज्ञामोक्यान्त चतुर्भज्ञ फलदा सुखदा लतां भूयोऽपि जाच देवेश तयि भक्ति विरास्तु मे ज्ञामोक्यान्त चतुर्भज्ञ फलदा सुखदा लतां मुख्य लघुतात्री मनागे प्ररूढ़ायां हृदय भगवद्रतो पुरुषार्थास्तु चत्यार नायन्ति समन्तताम् तत्र नारद पंचरात्रे हरि भक्ति महादेव्या सर्वा मुक्त्यादि सिद्धया भुक्तश्चाद्भुतास्तस्या चीतिका बलनो व्रतः दुर्लभा साधनो भैरना संगैरलभ्या सुचिरादपि हरिना चासुदेयीति विधाशासत्सुदुर्लभम् तत्रादा यथा तंत्रे ज्ञानतः सुलभा मुक्ति भुक्ति यज्ञादि पुण्यतम श्रेयं साधना सहस्रयी हरि भक्ति सुदुर्लभम् द्वितीय यथा पंचम स्कंधे राजन पति गुरुरलम भवतां यदुनां दैवं प्रियः कुलपति कटकिंकर वा अस्तेव मंग भजतां भगवन् मुकुन्दो मुक्तिं ददाति करहि चेत् मन भक्ति योगम् राजन् पति गुरुबलं भवतां यदूनां दैवं प्रियः कुलपति कटकिंकर वा अस्तेव मंग भजतां भगवान् मुकुन्दो मुक्तिं ददाति करहि चेत् मन भक्ति योगम् आंद्रानंद विशेषात्मा यथा ब्रह्मानंद भवेदेश चेत्परार्थ गुणीकृतं नैति भक्ति सुखाम्बोधि परमानु तुलामति यथा हरि भक्ति सुखोदय तत्साक्षात् करुणाल्याध विशुद्ध्यादिस्थितस्समे सुखानि गोष्पदायन्ति ब्राह्मण्यपि जगद्गुरु तत्साक्षात् करुणाल्याद विशुद्ध्यादिस्थितस्समे सुखानि गोष्पदायन्ति ब्राह्मण्यपि जगद्गुरु तत्कथामृतपायोधौ विहरन्त महामदः कुर्वन्ति कृपिनं केचि चतुर्बङ्कं कृणोपमं श्रीकृष्णाकर्षणे कृत्वा हरिं प्रेमभाजं प्रियवर्गसमन्वितं भक्ति वशीकरोति श्रीकृष्णाकर्षणी मता यथैकादशि न साधयति मां योग न साङ्कं धर्मयुद्धव न श्रद्धायास्तपोस्त्यगथा भक्ति ममोर्जितम् सप्तमे च नारदोक्तौ यूयं लोके वत भूरि भागा लोकान् पुनानां मुनयो विशन्ति तेषां गृहाणा वसतीति साक्षात् गूढं परं ब्रह्म मनुष्यलिङ्गम् अग्रतो वक्षमाणाया श्रीधा भक्तिरनुक्रमात् दिशः सर्वैः पदैरे तन्माहात्म्यः परिकीर्तितः किञ्च Talpapi ruchiri vasyad bhakti tattapabodhika yuktistu kevalanaiva jadasya apratistata tatha prachina rapi ukyam jatnena padito partha kusulai ranamatri abhijikta tarai rannai रन्नथई भूपपादति इति से भक्ति रसामृत सिंधु पूर्व विभागे भक्ति सामान्य लहरी प्रथमा.
The following is a lecture by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on March 13th, 1974, in Vrindavan, India.
That in this age, Kali Yuga, Vedanta Sutra, to study Vedanta Sutra and to understand the first part of Vedanta Sutra is very difficult. It requires a very good Sanskrit scholarship. Although it is not very difficult to understand if it is taken by the parampara system, but because people try to understand Vedanta Sutra by scholastic demeanor, therefore it becomes difficult. It was discussed by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. He was a very learned scholar. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, not so much. That's not such So, the Mayavadi sannyasis everywhere, they are very proud of their Sanskrit education. Sometimes people ask our students whether you have learned Sanskrit. But Krishna consciousness understanding does not depend on Sanskrit scholarship. That is the teaching of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. He said to the Mayavadi sannyasi Prakashananda Saraswati, that my Guru Maharaj studied me as a great fool. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu presenting himself. He was a learned scholar, undoubtedly, very learned scholar. In his youthful age, he was known as Nimai Pandit. This Pandit title, especially the Brahmins have given this Pandit title. But he was specifically known as Pandit, Nimai Pandit, very good scholar. And he defeated the Keshav Kashmiri, a great renowned scholar of Kashmir. The Kashmir country is mentioned in the Srimad Bhagavatam. It is a very old country. And there were many learned scholars. And one scholar came to Navadvip to defeat the Pandits, the learned scholar of Navadvip, but he was defeated by a young boy. Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Nimai Pandit, was at that time only 16 years old, but he defeated only in composition, Sanskrit composition. The Sanskrit composition, there is rules and regulation. So, you know the story, he pointed out many defects in the verses composed by the Keshav Kashmiri. So he was defeated. So Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was a great scholar, there is no doubt of it. But in spite of his becoming a great scholar, he is presenting himself as a great fool. He says, my Guru Maharaj saw me, even though one is very great scholar, he has to abide by the decision of his spiritual master. Even though one is very great scholar, and if his spiritual master says that you are a great fool, he should accept it. This is called full surrender. For example, I will give you a practical. My Guru Maharaj was a very great scholar. And his Guru Maharaj, from literary point of view, he could not even sign his name, Gaur Krishna Das Baji Maharaj. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur asked Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur to accept Gaur Krishna Das Baji Maharaj as his spiritual master. That you go and take your initiation from Gaur Krishna Das Baji. So he thought that I am a great scholar and I am son of a Majesty Bhaktivinoda Thakur and great Vaishnava. He will be very much pleased to accept me. Of course, I was very much pleased. But in the beginning, he refused. He refused because, of course, that is only so. He was not proud, just to teach us. Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati explained that I was little proud, so I was thrice refused by Guru Maharaj, although he was the only disciple. So, the scholarship is not a qualification of becoming devotee. That is Caitanya Mahaprabhu's teaching. Scholarship may help, but it is not necessary. Real necessary is that one should be humble and meek and follow the instruction of the spiritual master. This is real quality. Tiladapi sunichena tarorapi sahismana amanina manadena kirtaniya sada. Because bhakti does not depend on any material qualification. Bhakti is different subject matter. Aprakita. Adhokhaja. Savai pumsang paro dharma jato bhakti adhokhaja. So that is being taught. That Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu explained his position to Prakashananda Saraswati that my Guru Maharaj, studying my characters, he found me a great fool. Therefore he advised me to chant Hare Krishna Mahaprabhu. The idea is that by studying Vedanta Sutra, by becoming a very great scholar, to achieve transcendental position of devotional service is very, very difficult nowadays. That is Caitanya Mahaprabhu's gift. But whatever you may be, if you chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra offenselessly, then everything is achieved without any difficulty. Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, Ya haite sarva siddhi haivetama. Sarva siddhi. Siddhi means perfection. Siddhi means perfection. The Caitanya Mahaprabhu advised. That is his propaganda. Chaitadarpana mahajanam bhava mahadavagni nidvapanam. Sarvatmanam param vijayati Sri Krishna Sankirtanam. That is Chaitanya. So, his Guru Maharaj advised him. He presented himself like that to Prakashananda Saraswati. Presenting himself as food means that the general mass of people, they are not fit for becoming very great Sanskrit scholar or very good philosopher or student of Vedanta. That is not possible in this age, in Korea. Mass of people, they are almost Shudra. Shudra Sambhava. Scholars seek to study Sanskrit, to study Vedas, Puranas, they are meant for the Brahmins, not even for the Kshatriyas. Or what to speak of Vaishya. Vaishya, Shudra and Omer, they have been classified in the Bhagavad Gita as less intelligent. Triya Vaishyas tatha Shudra stepi janti parangati. But Krishna is so merciful. If you take the shelter of Krishna's lotus feet, whatever you may be scholar or not scholar, you may be rich or poor, Oman, Shudra, Vaishya, or Papajani, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. In Bhagavad also, Sukdev Goswami says, Kirat hunanda pulinda pukkasa abhira sambha javana khasadaya jannecho papa. Papa means born in low-grade family. They are called papa. Suddhanti. They become purified. This is the verdict of the Shastra. That Bhagavad Bhakti does not depend on any kind of material qualification. Simply, you have to become very sincere and serious. That is the only price. Rupa Goswami also recommended like that. Tatra lullam ekalam mullam. Rupa Goswami advised, Krishna bhakti rasabhavitamati kriyatam yadi kutopi labdhati. He advises the Krishna consciousness, if it is available to purchase, anywhere it is available. That is Caitanya Mahaprabhu's advice. That one should be eager to purchase this Krishna consciousness at any price. Generally we think price means some, in terms of money, monetary transaction, 100 pounds, 200 pounds, or million pounds, billion pounds, like that. The price is different. Here Rupa Goswami says that you purchase at any price. But what is that price? Tattal lullam ekalam. Lullam, eagerness. That is price. That is the only qualification. You must be very, very eager to see the lotus feet of Krishna in this very life. You must be very eager to talk with Krishna in this very life, but not to become Sahaja. By service, Krishna talks with the devotee, but not with non-devotee. He says in the Bhagavad Gita, Tesam satadujuktanam bhajatang priti purva. Only persons who are always engaged in Krishna's service. He has no other business. Satata. Satata means 24 hours. He has no other business. Tesam satadujuktanam bhajatang. The bhajatang means in service. You must find out always some opportunity how to render service to Krishna. That is the qualification. It doesn't matter what you are. You may be this or that, it doesn't matter. But this eagerness for service can be acquired by anyone, simply by sincerity. That is the price. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Rupa Goswami says, Tattal laulam ekalam mullam. No, that I have got too much eagerness. But no. Immediate. Not janma koti bhi sukriti bhi labhate. This eagerness to achieve Krishna's mercy, to approach the lotus feet of Krishna in this life, determination. I shall do anything, I shall sacrifice anything. This kind of determination is not very easily obtained. Not janmakoti sukriti. Sukriti means pious activities. Without being pious, nobody can approach Krishna. Krishna is not so cheap. You may show yourself that you have become a great sannyasi or Vaishnava or whatever it may be. But so long you will be engaged in sinful activities, there is no question of it. That sinful activities means illicit sex and intoxication, gambling and meat eating. These are the pillars of sinful activities. So one must be purified. Janmakoti is this to purify oneself from the resultant action of sinful activities. It takes many, many births. Janmakoti is sukriti. By counteracting the sinful activities, to engage oneself only in pious activities. Pious activities means brahmacharya, samadama, tidikha, the Brahminical qualification. But it is very difficult nowadays to practice. Tyagena, samena, damena va. Tamasa brahmacharjena, tyagena, samena, damena. These are the process of pious activities. But who is going? It is very difficult. Therefore, these Nama Sankirtan, if we offenselessly perform Nama Sankirtan, everything is done. So Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, as a full number one, before his Guru Maharaj, he advised that it will be difficult for you to study Vedanta Sutra or practice tapasya, brahmacharya, samadama, tidikha, tyagena, samena, damena, jamena. It is possible for a human being, but in this Kali Yuga, all these functions to do is difficult. Therefore, this process is recommended. Vasudeva Paraya, Bhakti Yogin, Nihara, Nihara Vyavhaskara. Just like there is mist, fog, and as soon as the sun rises there, all fog is immediately dissipated. Otherwise it requires so much arrangement. The railway train cannot move. The ships in the sea, they cannot move. It is very difficult position. Similarly, our sinful activities has covered our heart just like a fog. We cannot see anything. But by Bhakti Yoga, it can be immediately dissipated. So Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was thus advised by his spiritual master to chant Hare Krishna. And he got perfection. That was explained by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. So his spiritual master congratulated him like this, that bhalo hoilo paile tumi param purusartha, tomar premete ami hoilam kitab. When his disciple becomes perfect in spiritual advancement, the spiritual master feels very, very happy. That I am nonsense, but this boy, he has followed my instruction and he has achieved the success. That is my success. This is the spiritual master ambition, just like a father. This is the relationship. Nobody wants to see anybody more advanced than himself. That is the nature. Matsarata. If anybody becomes advanced in any subject matter, then I become envious. But the spiritual master or the father he does not become envious. He feels himself very, very happy that this boy has advanced more than this is spiritual master position. So, Krishna, Caitanya Mahaprabhu expresses that when I chant and dance and cry in ecstasy, my spiritual master thanks me in this way, bhalo hoila. It's very, very good. Paile tumi param purusha. Now you have achieved the highest success in life. Tumar premete, because you have advanced so much, ami hoila amrita. I am feeling so much of life. This is the position. Then he encourages, nacho gao bhakta sange karo sankirtan. Now go on. You have achieved so much success. Now again you go on. Nacho, you dance, gao, you sing and chant, bhakta sange, in the society of devotees. Not to make a profession, but bhakta sange. This is the real platform of achieving success in spiritual life. Narottam Das Thakur also says that Tadero charana sevi bhakta sange bas janame janame mor ei obhilash. Narottam Das Thakur says that birth after birth, because a devotee, he does not aspire after going back to home, back to Godhead. No. Any place, it doesn't matter. He wants to simply glorify the Supreme Lord. That is it. It is not the business of the bhakta that he is chanting and dancing and executing devotional service for going to Vaikuntha or Goloka Vrindavan. That is Krishna's desire. If he likes, he will take. That time Bhaktivinoda Thakur said, Ichha jadi tor, janamaya bhi jadi more, Ichha jadi tor. Bhakta grihete janma hauko more. A devotee only prays that he does not request Krishna that please take me back to Vaikuntha Goloka Vrindavan. No. If you think that I must take birth again, that's all right. But only my request is that give me birth in the house of a devotee, so that I may not forget. This is the only prayer of the devotee. Because just like this child, she has taken birth having Vaishnava father and mother. So she must have been a Vaishnavi or a Vaishnava in her previous life. Because this is an opportunity from all our children, those that are born of the Vaishnava father and mother. They are very, very fortunate. From the very beginning of life, they are hearing Hare Krishna Mahamantra. They are associating with Vaishnava, chanting, dancing, imitation or fact, it doesn't matter. So they are very, very fortunate children. Suchinam Srimatang Gehi Jogam Bhrishta Sanjaya. So they are not ordinary children. They are, these children, they are always hankering after associating with devotees, chanting Hare Krishna, coming to us. So they are not ordinary children. The Bhakta Sangha Bhav. This is the very good opportunity, Bhakta Sangha Bhav. So our Krishna Consciousness society is a Bhakta Sangha. It is a society of devotees. Never try to go away. Never try to go away. Discrepancies there may be. We should adjust. And this chanting and dancing within the society of devotees has got great advantage, great value. Here it is confirmed. And all the Vaishnavas have confirmed. Tadero charana sevi bhakta sange bhav. Janame janame mon eyobila. Janame janame, he doesn't want to go back. That is not his desire. When Krishna will desire, Krishna will allow me, that is different thing. Otherwise, let me go on in this way. Life in the society of devotees and chanting and dancing is my business. This is required, not anything else. Anything else, anything desiring, that is annavilas. Annavilasita sunnam. A devotee should not desire anything except this, that let me live with the society of devotees and chant Hare Krishna. This is our life. Thank you very much. Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radharamana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Krishna Caitanya Mahaprabhu Premamrita Vanidhi Veera Dhira Jana Krishna Caitanya Mahaprabhu Premamritam Vanidhi Dhira Dhira Jana Priya Priya Karo Memaram Pujito Caitanya Mahaprabhu Bhuvi Bhuva Bhara Tarak Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Jiva Gopalaka Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Bhagavata Krishna Caitanya Gana Krishna Caitanya Gana Natana Paramu Prema Metamani Veera Veera Jana Priya Priya Karo Nirma Pujitam Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu Caitanya Mahaprabhu Bhuvi Bhuva Bharava Antaraka Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujuga Sri
विचारणै कल्पना सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं करो विचारणै कल्पना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणै कल्पना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं श्री चैतन्य कृपा बरौ लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं करो विचारणै कल्पना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं करो Nanda Krishna Radha Krishna Padarabindau Bhajanamritau Radha Krishna Padarabindau भजना नंदे नमत्तालिका वंदे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगल कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नतल परौ धीर धीर जनप्रिय श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुवा रखौ वंदे रूप सनातन वासुदेव सुदे सुधराज्य लक्ष्मी आज बदस जगदाद रन्ना सदा उत्सव भूत्वा दीनगणे सको करुणया मंडलपति शनि सदा उत्सव भूत्वा दीनगणे सको करुणया कौपीनकं आश्रितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी कल्लो लमग्नं मोहन वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ श्री जी भगो पालक राधे हे राधे ब्रज देविके च हे नन्दसूना कुतः ललिते हे नंद सूनः कुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने कुतः राधे ब्रजदेविके चललिते हे नन्दसूनः कुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने कुतः गोसंतापिते गोसंतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई विह्वलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुयुगल श्री वो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई महाविभुलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुयुगल श्री बालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान रतन परम प्रेमामृतम धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रियकर सरौ श्री चैतन्य कृपाभर भुवि भुव वहन तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुयुग
Somati Chitari Nandaya Somati Chitari Dalahola Damadara Sahikana Dalahola Damadara Sahikana Govinda Govinda Gopala 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 Gosta Bihari, Srila Hari Sri Gosta Bihari, Govinda Govinda Gopala, Govinda Govinda Gopala, Igora Hari Sri Gosta Bihari, Srila Hari Sri Gosta Bihari, Govinda Govinda Gopala, 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 Govinda Govinda Gopala.
Shiva Jaya, Jaya Gora Shandi, Arati Kesova.
Shiva Jaya, Jaya Gora Shandi, Arati Kesova. Jana Vitata Pani, Jaga Jana Mana Lova. Jana Vitata Pani, Jaga Jana Mana Lova. Shiva Vatsai, Achindora Shan, Ratna Singha Sane. Shiva Vatsai, Achindora Shan, Ratna Singha Sane. Arati Koren Brahma, Adideva Gane. Arati Koren Brahma, Adideva Gane. Shiva Jaya, Jaya Gora Shandi, Arati Kesova. Shiva Jaya, Jaya Gora Shandi, Arati Kesova. Jana Vitata Vani, Jaga Jana Mana Lova. Jana Vitata Vani, Jaga Jana Mana Lova. Shiva Dakshini Vitai Shan, Vani Gadada. Shiva Dakshini Vitai Shan, Vani Gadada. Nikati Advaita Prabhu, Shiva Shakradara. Nikati Advaita Prabhu, Shiva Shakradara. Shiva Jaya, Jaya Gora Shandi, Arati Kesova. Shiva Jaya, Jaya Gora Shandi, Arati Kesova. Jana Vitata Vani, Jaga Jana Mana Lova. Jana Vitata Vani, Jaga Jana Mana Lova. Shiva Shankha Vadi Ganga Vadi, Vadi Tara Tarana. Shiva Shankha Vadi Ganga Vadi, Vadi Tara Tarana. Madhurami Ganga Vadi, Sudhara Sala. Madhurami Ganga Vadi, Sudhara Sala. Shiva Jaya, Jaya Gora Shandi, Arati Kesova. Shiva Jaya, Jaya Gora Shandi, Arati Kesova. Jana Vitata Vani, Jaga Jana Mana Lova. Jana Vitata Vani, Jaga Jana Mana Lova. Goranga Arati Kesova, Jaga Jana Mana Lova. Madhura 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 Shiva 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 Madhura 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 Shiva 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 Madhura Shiva Madhura 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 Shiva Madhura Madhura Madhura
Hare Rama बोले डक है दादा अजीबो डक ये दुख नक हरिनाम रे दुख भूलनक सदा नाम रे आए गोरख हरे नाम गाय गोरख मधु हरे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम हरे राम 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 हरे हरे राम हरे राम 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 हरे हरे नम गए माया जाले बद्ध हुए आछो पीछे कजलोए माया जाले बद्ध हुए माया जले बद्ध हुए आँखों पीछे अजलोए माया जले बद्ध हुए माया जले बद्ध हुए आँखों नीचे अजोलए कालचे गला पे कालचे गला पे राधा मधु नाम रे कालचे गला पे राधा मधु नाम रे हे गोरख मधु छे हाय गोरख मधु करे हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे राम हरे राम 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 हरे 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 राम हरे राम हरे राम 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 Nam Gai Gora Hare Ivan Oila Nam Hojile Ishikacha Ivana Oila Nam Hojile Ishikacha Akatibi Nado Padesa Akatibi Nado Padesa Akatibi Upadesa and man Agman Hori Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Guru, Hare Guru, Hare Gomone Bhaka. Hadi Bale Jap Ye Bhag Bone Bhag Dada Hari Bale Jap Dukhe Dukhe Phulanaka Dukhe Dukhe Phulanaka Madane Namka Sare He Dukhe Phulanaka Sada Hari Namka Sare Agora Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I go Hare Nam Gai Guru Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Jivana Hoila Desa Namo Jiravi Ikesa Jivana Hoila Desa Namo Jiravi Ikesa Apati Bina Upadesa Akbar Hari Nam Dore Apati Bina Upadesa Akbar Hari Hare 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 Gora. Chintamani prakara sadmasu kalpa vriksha lakshabritesu surabhirabhipalayantam Lakshmi Sahasrasato Sambrama Sevamanam Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Chintamani Prakara Sadmasu Kalpa Vritanakyabritesu Surabhi Rabhipalayantam Lakshmi Sahasrasatha Sambrama Sevamanam Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Venam Kanvantang Aravinda Dalayataksam Venam Kanvantang Aravinda Dalayataksam Varahavatang Samasitam Buddha Sundarangam Kandarpa Koti Kamaniya Visesha Sobham Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Chintamani Prakara Sadmasu कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभि पालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमालवंशी रत्नांगदं प्रणयकेली कलाविलासं श्यामं त्रिभंगललितं नियतप्रकाशं गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मषु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभि पालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति आनंद चिन्मय सदु जल विग्रहस्य गोविन्दं आदि पुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकर सद्मषु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभि पालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमाहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मषु कल्पवृक्षा रक्षावृतेषु रविपालयन्तम् चिन्तामणि आजा भगतवासनं श्री गौरहरि आजा श्री गौरहरि जय गोष्ठविहारी गौरहरि जय गोष्ठविहारी बलदेव saho sakha bose harisha Baladeva saho sakha bose harisha Bhaja Bhaja Bhakata Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Goswami Hari Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Goswami Hari Sakadiyadi Nanita Krishna Daditi Dridhaya Hari Machakan Sukuta Sakadi Bhaji Nanita Krishna Dali Nalla Durga Tummi Dadi Machakan Chini Sharapuni Laddu Rasabali Bhojana Karina Krishna Oye Kutu Chini Sharapuni Laddu Rasabali Bhojana Karina Krishna Oye Kutu Bhojana Bhaja Bhakata Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Goswami Hari Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Goswami Hari Nanda Jashamati Ananda Jashamakirti Tahari Bhaja Bhakata Radhikara Pakayana Vivita Banjana Radhikara Pakayana Vivida Banjana Paramayanande Krishna Karena Bhajan Paramayanande Krishna Karena Bhajan Gaura Hari Sahi Goswami Hari Gaura Hari Sahi Goswami Hari Nanda Jashamakirti Nanda Jashamakirti Bhaja Bhakata Bhajanante Priya Krishna Bhajanante Priya Krishna Subhashita Bari Bari Baladeva Rahas Sakha Vaise
Hare जय स्वाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी प्रभुपाद की जय, अनंत कोटि वैष्णववृंद की जय, नामाचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की जय, श्री घोष श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद की जय, श्री राधा कृष्ण गोवर्धन श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड की जय, वृंदावन धाम की जय, नवद्वीप धाम की जय, भक्तविंद की जय। All glory to the Assembly Lord. All glory to the Assembly Lord. All glory to the Assembly Lord. Vandeham Kamalam Sri Guru Vaishnava Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathannitam Tam Sajivam Sadaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Caitanya Devam Sadaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Caitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Sri Visakha Namasyam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Jita Padakamalam Sri Guru Vaishnava Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathannitam Tam Sajivam Sadaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Caitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Sri Visakha Nitamsham Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Sri मते भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती इति नामिनी श्रीवासभानवी देवी गीताय कृपाब्धये कृष्ण संबंध विज्ञानम दायिने प्रभवे नमः। माधुर्योज्जल प्रमाढ्यं श्रीरूपा भक्तिदं श्रीगौरा करुणा शक्ति विग्रहाय स्तुते। नमस्ते ये गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्तये दीनतारिणी कृपानुगंधाप सिद्धांतं धन्तं गौरकिशोराय साक्षात् वैराग्यमूर्तिं विप्रणम्बर शाम्बोधे पादाम्भोजाय ते नमः। नमो भक्ति विनदाय सच्चिदानंद नामिनी गौर शक्ति स्वरूपाय रूपानुग वरायते। गौरयाविर्भाव भूमेस्तं नित्यश्चा सज्जन प्रिय वैष्णव सार्वभौम श्री जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। वंशाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिंधु पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमः। वंशाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्येव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमः। नमो महावदन्नाय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नामिनी गौरतिसे नमः। पंचतत्त्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूपस्वरूपकं भक्त्यावतारं भक्त्याख्यं नमामि भक्त Krishnan Bhaktarupa Sarupakam Bhaktyavataram Bhaktyakham Namami Bhakta Satirikam. Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Deena Bandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastuti. Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Deena Bandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kantam Radha Kantam Sratau Pangam Jayatang Sratau Pangam Mama Mandan Mater Gati Matsarvashapadam Bhojau Radha Vadanam Jayatang Sratau Pangam Mama Mandan Mater Gati Matsarvashapadam Bhojam Radha Vadanam Anam. Vipad Vrindyaranna Kalpadrumadha Sri Madanatnagara Singhasanastha Sri Radha Govinda Devam Prasthalivi Sevamanam Smarami. Vindyaranna Kalpadrumadham Sri Vadanatnagara Singhasanastho Sri Radha Sri Govinda Devam Prasthalivi Sevamanam Smarami. Karshana Venu Sanai Gopi Gopi Natha Swestanam Sri Manarasara Sarambi Vanshi Vatatata Sthitaham Karshana Venu Sanai Kancana Gaurani Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Kancana Gaurani Radhe Manusute Devi Pranamami Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Bhakta-vrinda Bhajasi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda Bhajasi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda Bhajasi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Bhajasi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda Bhajasi Krishna Chaitanya Bhaja Bhajasi Krishna Chaitanya Bhaja Bhajasi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda Bhajasi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Juta Padakamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavansam Shri Rupam Sakrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tvam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Caitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam
Sagana Lalita Sri Vishakanikanshtam Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
घोड़ाप है न भोजी न मैना, घोड़ाप है न भोजी न मैना, हे मनोहतन धान फैलाए हराइन, हमी रतन धन फैलाए हराइन, घोड़ाप है न भोजी मैना, घोड़ाप है न भोज Asa Vilasa Satasangachari Kaina Asate Vilasa Vekat Nagilama Karma Bandha Pasa Satasangachari Kaina Asate Vilasa Satasangachari Kaina Satasangachari Kaina Asate Vilasa Ekarane Lagilama Karma Bandha Pasa Satasangachari Kaina Asate Vilasa Ekarane Lagilama Karma Bandha Pasa Satasangachari Kaina Ekarane Lagilama Karma Bandha Pasa Ekarane Lagilama Karma Bandha Pasa Vishama Tatakaino Vishama Vishaya Visa Tatakaino Vishaya Vishama Visa Tatakaino Tanarase Magana Haina Vishama Vishaya Visa Tatakaino Gaura Kitana Rase Magana Nahaina Vishama Vishaya Visa Tatakaino Gaura Kitana Rase Magana Haina Vishama Vishaya Visa गौर कीर्तन रसे मगन होइन गोरा पहन न भोजियन मैन हामी गोरा पहन न भोजियन मैन प्रेम रतन धन खेलाए हराइन रतन धन खेलाए हराइन घोड़ा पहन न भोजी मैन घोड़ा पहन न भोजी मैन कलागिया नरोत्तमद कला अगल मदिया जनबाया छोए प्राण यीशु कलागिया नरोत्तमद कला अगल मदिया जनबाया छोए प्राण यीशु कलागिया नरोत्तम दास ओखना नगल मोदिया गोरा पहन ना भोजिया मैन गोरा पहन ना भोजिया मैन मगतन धन खेलाए हराइन प्रेम रतन धन खेलाए हराइन गोरा पहन ना भजिया मैन गोरा पहन ना भजिया मैन
संसार दावानल निरलोकां तराय कारुण घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणान्नवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाद्यन्मन सोरसेना रोमाञ्चकं पाशुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानल निरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् भक्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे marjanado Sri Vigrahara Dhananittanana Singaratan Mandira Marjanado Yuktascha Bhaktangscha Nijanjatopi Vande Gurachin Charanarabindam Yuktascha Bhaktangscha Nijanjatopi Vande Gurachin Charanarabindam Samsharadavaranalaloka Pranaya Karunya Ghana Ghanatyam Taptasya Kalyana Gunanabhasya Vande Gurachin Charanarabindam Chaturvidhasi Bhagavat Prasadam Sadvarnatitan Harivaka Sanghan Chaturvidhasi Bhagavat Prasada Sadvarnatitan Harivaka Sanghan Trittaiva Triting Bhajata Sadaiva Trittaiva Triting Bhajata Sadaiva Vande Gurachi Charanarabindam Vande Gurachi Charanarabindam Vande Gurachi Charanarabindam Sri Radhika Madhavayara Param Madhurjalila Gunarupa Namnam Sri Radhika Madhavayara Param Madhurjalila Gunarupa Namnam Pratikshana Swadana Lalupasam Pratikshana Swadana Lalupasya Vande Gurachi Charanarabindam Vande Gurachi Charanarabindam Vande Gurachi Charanarabindam Samsharadavaranalaloka Pranaya Karunya Ghana Ghanatyam Taptasya Kalyana Gunanabhasya Vande Gurachi Charanarabindam Nikunja Juna Ratikali Siddhai Nikunja Juna Ratikali Siddhai Jajali Vijitirapeksaniya Nikunja Juna Ratikali Siddhai Jajali Vijitirapeksaniya Tatrati Dakshadati Ballavasham Vande Gurachi Charanarabindam Vande Gurachi Charanarabindam Vande Gurachi Charanarabindam Vande Gurachi Charanarabindam Samsharadavaranalaloka Pranaya Karunya Ghana Ghanatyam Taptasya Kalyana Gunanabhasya Vande Gurachi Charanarabindam Vande Gurachi Charanarabindam Vande Gurachi Charanarabindam Sakshadharite na samasta शास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः सत्साधरीतेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः किन्तु प्रभुः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरस्य चरणारविन्दम् किन्तु प्रभुः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरस्य चरणारविन्दम् संसारधामार्णललितलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् सकलनगुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि गायं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं गायं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं संसारदावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् भक्तस्य कल्याणगुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं शारदावाणललितलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनतम् तपस्य कल्याणगुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम्
জগত মাঝারে তুমি বিনা কে না জানো জগত মাঝারে Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Juta Padakamalam Sri Guru Vaishnavangscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Ragana Raghunathan Tang Sajivam Sadvaitam Tavadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Caitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Lalita Sri Vikatanitam Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda.
Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda.
Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda.
Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Ayasya Daita Gadadha Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Thank you very much. Radha Krishna Bala 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 Krishna,